Hello and welcome everybody to Starfield. This is my first time playing this, finally. And I am just hoping everything works out because this is on my PC. Don't die. Please. Gameplay, normal. Save on list, yes. Save on wait, yes. Save on travel, yes. Save on pause. Yeah. Display. Graphic presets medium. Motion blur, let's put that off. I at least hope. Wait a minute. Render graphics and there's the medium, motion blur off, quality, glass quality, contrast and not missing. Enable depth of field. Interface, color yes, so floating markers. Yes. No, let's try that off for now. That also. On sites. Menu fonts. Okay. I think everything should be fine. Checking if everything. It looks to be okay. I think. Help. Yeah. But I am happy that it works. Okay. Let's start. New. Start new game. Yes. And let's hope my PC survives. But again, welcome everyone. To new game time. Hopefully you enjoy your stay. And Bethesda Game Studios. And by the way, I have a backup solution if something happens that I can't play this game. At least not stream it. Then Moon of Vectera. Then I just play Sea of Stars or something else. So let's just hope everything looks to be fine. Good.
Seals are good. Oxygen's good? Just do what you did last time, and you're fine. Follow my one simple rule. Hella, what's my one simple rule?
Listen to Lynn. Boss lady knows best.
Exactly. Listen to me. Mining's just like any other job. Go steady, go safe, go home with a pocket full of credits at the end of the day.
Yeah, totally. It's just like, I work in the Star Dock. Except, with more cave-ins, lasers, and accidental dismemberment.
Very helpful. Thank you.
You're gonna be fine. Your first outing was solid. And, you know, let's be honest, it ain't exactly astrophysics.
That's why I keep him around. Good pep talks.
Yeah, and the fact that I can pinpoint a helium deposit from 300 meters.
Not untrue. A shame we won't find any down here. But the metal deposits alone should pay for our own helium. Hell, after this, we'll have enough jump fuel to bounce from one end of the settled systems to the next.
Hey, more minerals, more money. And so the cycle repeats itself.
Just no more unauthorized jumps in the house for room space, okay?
He's just a big baby. There are worse lives. You know, most Dusties don't even make it this far. I have a good feeling about you.
Group hug now or at the end of the shift?
One of these days, Hella, I am going to leave you behind.
Promises, promises.
God. This is one of those games that I wasn't hyped at first. But of course...
Okay, let's see what we've got. How are we on time?
And yes, I am using controller.
Always.
Keyboard and mouse.
Check on Isabel.
Who used them anyway?
Ease us up on the breach. I don't feel like getting buried alive today.
Roger that.
Remember, Dusty, keep your breathing steady and never take that helmet off down here. Oxygen processors don't extend this far.
But I think keyboard and mouse, I need a bit layout.
Know what I love about working in free
Because my
space?
keyboard and mouse is that my arms have to be raised all the time. But when playing games, I like my arms to rest on my knees.
No! No. It's a laser, not a sledgehammer. Ease up. Benning, if you got paid per break, you'd be a millionaire. Let's go.
Yeah, okay.
Benny! Benny!
You make your cut.
Yeah, I'm up.
No exception. Come on, pick it up. Troy, what's the yield?
Minimal at this point. Occasional glimmer, but it's weak.
What do you think? Stay the course?
No, ma'am. Juice ain't worth the squeeze.
Well, okay then. Let's call this one tapped. Why don't you move over to that big vein we looked at?
Yes, ma'am.
Dusty, you're up. Grab a cutter and mine what you can. Metal deposits are in that cavern. I'll shout out when I need you.
Ahaha, I have a drill. I have a drill. I think those have nothing. Look, Ma, I am actually doing real work.
You're ready, boss. Get back up here.
Glad
Come
we're
on.
off this rock.
It's time. You're with me.
When somebody is saying get a real job, usually what they mean for some reason is this. They think only the...
Yeah, Yeah.
Problem?
Yeah.
Not if you consider a spike in gravity readings a problem.
I don't.
You don't?
What we're after, it'll read as an anomaly. That's what I was told anyway.
Okay, now you're starting to freak me out.
I hope it was
Just
just
another
it
job.
loading
Come on.
assets.
We're getting close, I think.
But I actually
Everything is
understand
just-
it
Lynn, seriously,
buffering
there's
because
something really
it's
effed up about
environment.
Where is it, Hella?
this. Through there, I think.
Okay, you're up. Something goes wrong in there, we'll come get you.
Why would anything go wrong?
Would you shut up? Both of you do your job.
Still getting weird gravity readings. I guess that's a good thing. Just keep going.
Don't mind me, I am just mining. Yeah, I don't mind if it buffers, but then I am scared because if it clashes.
Do you see anything?
What is this? Got it.
Dusty, snap out of it.
Whew, it works.
Hey, come on. Come on. Okay, take it easy. You were out cold. No physical damage. Mentally, the jury's still out. You know who you are? New recruit for Argos Extractors? Ring any bells? Any of this look familiar?
Yeah. Oh, this works. Hmm. So 29. Try to remember that. Us. Be ready, I might be here a couple hours. Hmm. Let's see what does then. Mm, either this one or this one. Let's keep that one. Then the fish. Head shapes. Maybe here. I am taking my character coloration very seriously. No. Nope. No. Ooh, no. No. I'm not here yet. This actually is 19. Remember that. 19. Part of me actually wants to make myself, and other part wants me to create kind of like my avatar. And that is because 22 is above the right eye. Then in that case I might need to change head shape a little bit. So it was 22, was this one. And then 19 was kind of that I liked. There are no pebbles. This is close, but no. Well, if I have to, I am making myself. Then facial hair. Twelve. No, 13. Most of the hair, facial hair, always is, it's so close. This might be that if I let my beard grow. Let's keep this one. I think it is a little grayish. Eyes. Eye color. Maybe this one. 10. Maybe. That is actually fitting. Mouth here. Nine. Oh, that smile is creepy. Oh. Neck. The tennis. Julie. So 46. Let's put 46 in. What does this change? Scars here. Perfect. 6. Do you want to know where I got these scars? Oh, that is actually more accurate. 15. Facial forms. Snow cheeks. Apollo. Okay, then background. From the Asta of Aquila to the telemorphs that plague the whole of the settled system, hostile alien life abound. You've learned the skills to track them, find them, and take them down. Wherever there are wanted individuals, there are those who profit from their capture, and you quite knows that in the vastness of space they can run, but they can't hide. I can actually have a bounty hunter. Masterless and unbound, you wandered the settled system as a blade for hire. To some you were simple mercenary, to others a hero, and to a select few a nightmare they could never wake from. Considered by many to be lost art, close attacks with a melee weapon can often be deadlier than range combat. That was skilled. Sculpture. Space control. File not found. Canister. Diplomat. Chef. As more people journey into space, the number of those suitable to effectively pilot will stop. I got piloting, targeting, control system and boost pack training. Specialized training and innovations in person mobility systems have allowed for unfettered exploration and alien worlds. Yes. You on Luxus house and the paid weekly. You are deeply connected to the feelings of others. Performing actions your companions likes will result in temporarily increasing combat effectiveness, but performing actions they don't like will have the precise opposite effects. Your parents are alive and well and you can visit them at their home, but you will automatically send 2% of your credits home to them every week. Someone put a poison and word has spread. Occasionally armed men will show up and try to kill you, but being cornered gives you an edge. When your health is low, you do extra damage. You really need your alone time except if yourself uses less oxygen when adventure alone, but more when adventure with other human companions can be combined with extrovert. think empath. You can access the of an annoying. You've earned the attention of an annoying, adoring fan who will show up randomly at chapter at you incessantly. On the plus side, he'll join your ship's crew and give you gifts. Mystery function. Equilibrium. Oxygen. Occasionally, if you have a crew trained in a certain ship system, that system will automatically repair itself to full health whenever it is damaged below. Hmm. Hmm. I think empath will work for now. Otherwise, it probably is kid stuff and introvert. Let's put Hill of Worship then. And And neon street red. I think that's fine. Background bounty hunter. See him. And then name character. There.
Bet you were expecting a quiet job compared to your last gig. Bounty hunter turned space miner. Well, you got the sample. Client's on his way, then we all get paid. You remember anything that happened? Huh. Well, you passed out, that's for sure. Everything else, probably just your brain playing tricks. Either way, we got what we were looking for.
All this trouble for that stupid thing? Huh, sure don't look like much.
Never mind what it looks like. It's worth more than this mine has pulled in all month. We'll be... Speak of the devil.
One small step.
Our constellation contact is on approach.
Wait, the Explorers group? I thought they were kind of a joke.
Not a joke. You're just too young to know better.
Hey, I'm just saying they got a reputation. Hell, I bet half the crew here doesn't even believe they really exist.
Half the crew doesn't believe Earth exists, but it's still there.
Does it say if it's stealing?
Exploring space? Who does that anymore? Ain't the space we've already got complicated enough?
Hehehe. Hello. I didn't do nothing.
Whoa. You don't look good.
You got a few more digs to go before I feel like talking to you.
All right, Dusty. Airlock. Put your helmet on.
Equip helmet. Tiger Lagarde. Hello, welcome. Select the helmets category. Aha. How is Starfield? It's good. I am very beginning and as you can see, my PC is struggling. Was it gameplay? Display?
In a discovery class? That shit's older than this room.
Classic. Come on.
But I am testing if this works. Because I really want to play this. And I think it might be because I am streaming that my PC is struggling to keep up. So I am changing the systems to low and medium to check if it works, but I love it.
Barrett?
Man,
Just created my character and I am a bounty hunter.
Been a long time.
yes it has. That mine on...
Finally there is a space game where I can be a bounty hunter.
Like this place. Rare mineral contract. Your tastes are a bit more sophisticated now, huh?
So, you found something?
Right here. The new guy found it.
That right. And everything went cool? Just like grabbing those minerals on Bendy?
Kazal. And no Barrett. Not cool. He passed out after the extraction. Woke up saying all kinds of nonsense.
Is that right, cowboy? Went on a trip, huh? That fun, huh? Not the most gentle push into the great mysteries of space, but hey, been there.
Look, just hand over the credits, and I'll be happy to never see this thing, or you, ever again.
That's why I like you, Lynn. All business.
Barrett, the scanners on the frontier are reporting a ship coming in hot from orbit.
I really thought I lost them.
Barrett?
Oh no. Do I have any weapons? No. And I know I really need to update my PC. But the thing is, I kind of don't know what to buy because well, I don't want to buy something expensive and then find out it doesn't work. No. No, 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 no. You are a controller? Yes. Because I am... I prefer controllers. And I know that these kind of games, keyboard and mouse is better, but I just prefer controllers because I want to rest my arms, and my setup for mouse and keyboard are
Can't believe the Crimson Fleet hit us.
not ideal.
Of course Barrett was being followed. Every time.
Now that was some fine work under pressure. You dug up the artifact, right? That means you saw it. The visions? You're coming with me to Constellation. You're part of this now.
She'll take me off this damn moon. If they're not source, I mean,
Marvelous.
Oh no, Barrett. No. You think you're just going to take off after the mess you caused?
All right. I guess I did just put you all on the Crimson Fleet hit list. How about I stay and I send your Dusty here in my place? I know, but he's not some miner anymore, Lynn. Soon as he touched that rock, something changed. Don't tell me you can't feel it.
Fine. It's a deal. Get out of here, Dusty. You're on to bigger things.
what about the mine? Don't you need me?
Now that we've been attacked, we've got to pack up and move on. Argos will come for the rest of us. You get going.
Thanks for everything.
Just go. Before I say something I regret.
Well, now that that's settled. Vasco, get him to the lodge. No deviations unless absolutely necessary, okay? Protocol Indigo.
Indigo. Again. Very well.
Oh, and hey, take this. You'll find it very useful out there. And it even tells the time.
Even tells the time, you say.
Hey, look at that. The watch fits you perfectly. Now, questions?
You're giving me your ship?
Technically, it's not even mine. Consider it a loan. Vasco will keep you on course. Besides, I'm making an exception, since you can tell Constellation about that vision you had.
Wasn't mission, Hugo?
Come on. You really not at all curious about that light and music show you experienced? Why it only affected you? Because if you didn't notice, we've all been handling it since with no problem. The way I see it, Constellation needs that artifact, but they also need you. This mystery is only getting bigger each step we take. And you're part of it now.
Wait, I am actually test.
See, that's the problem with the settled systems. Too easy to take everything for granted. While everyone else is busy playing politics, We're the ones braving the unknown, charting the vastness of space. Without us, the galaxy is just a big room with the lights turned out. They're just following the loot, like pirates do. And I have something of a reputation as a loot collector. That, my friend, is the million-credit question. And Constellation can find the answer, with your help.
Okay.
And Vasco, don't let him break my ship.
Okay, I am actually testing one thing. If this helps. Loot Goblin, yes. Then what else is there?
We're still in one piece. Oh, God. I'm gonna throw up. Hey,
This attack better not be coming out of our
Not
plane.
every day we get to cut anything other than rocks.
Checking, did I loot everything? Hello. Yes, I have looted everything.
Ran straight at
I
the
hope.
pirates like it was nothing. You going? Staying around isn't
Get
helping
that
us out
artifact
any.
to Constellation.
Captain, I assume you know how to fly.
You know the drill, Vasco. Protocol Indigo means no deviations, no distractions, no dalliances. In short, no fun. Unless, as strictly defined by Sarah, said deviations, distractions, and dalliances are completely necessary in getting this fine vessel, the Discovery-class Starship Frontier, back home in one piece. I guess I'm still technically borrowing it from Constellation, even if I have no intention of actually giving it back.
Class A Starship, as Barrett likes to say, it's as easy as learning to ride a
Research station? The research lab lets you discover new crafting recipes by completing research projects. Each research project requires materials in order to make progress. The materials needed can range from raw minerals extracted from planets to organic substances extracted from alien creatures and plant life to manufactured components that can be made at an industrial workbench.
I will attempt to boost the shields, just in case there are any difficulties.
Equipment. How much?
Shields ready. The rest is up to you. Now that we are in orbit, it might be wise to test all controls and systems to ensure they are not on the verge of catastrophic failure. I can step you through the entire process, or if you're already an experienced pilot, just power up all the systems and we'll be on our way.
Use a ship system used to allocate power. You can skip the ship power policies, including the craft.
Each system on a ship requires power. Allocating power is under your direct control. Let's go over the engines. Engines control our maximum speed. Try increasing and decreasing our relative velocity. A ship's engine has a sweet spot for better handling during turns. Draw your attention to the HUD. You'll notice a speed indicator in the lower left with a gauge that goes up and down as you adjust the throttle. Try to center the gauge so that it lines up with the center of the vertical bars to its right. Boosts can be engaged for temporary bursts of speed. Let's turn our attention to the shields. Try adjusting power to the shields. Notice more power increases their strength. Shields protect the ship from hull damage. Without a hull, it'll be vaporized. Shield health is displayed in the lower right. Hull damage is below it. You've proven an adequate pilot. Are you familiar with ship combat tactics? Because that's a Crimson Fleet ship bringing its weapons to bear. We will need to disable their shields. Laser-based weaponry is particularly effective. If you can keep the enemy ship centered on the HUD, we can lock in to fire a homing missile. The enemy shields are down, Captain. Ballistic weaponry excels at damaging the hull once shields are offline. Congratulations on surviving your first Starship assault, Captain. We
Thank
should
you.
search the wreckage for spare parts and other salvage. You will need to fly close to it before we can access the remains.
I went past it.
Captain. The amount of Crimson Fleet hostility has been far more than anticipated. At this rate, the odds of continual assault from their ships are high enough to jeopardize our mission. In short, they are after the frontier and will not stop. We will need to deal with the local Crimson Fleet captain. A recent scan indicates an abandoned facility on the nearby moon of Crete, a perfect staging area for pirates.
Can open the star map. Travel between the stars. Zoom out to see the entire star system. Zoom out again to see all the stars in the solar system. Plot a course by selecting the star system you want to travel to. Your ship can only jump so many light years at once, so distant star systems may require you to jump to a closer star first. Hold only one quest can be tracked at a time. Select the name of the quest to expand the list of open objectives. Select the options. All quest you can go button. Get to your active quest objective.
We have arrived in orbit. The abandoned facility with our Crimson Fleet captain is on the surface.
Star map. The star map gives you information about the environment, lets you scan the planet for resources, and helps you discover key landing sites. Rotate the planet until the Create Research Lab map icon is in view, then select the map icon to land there. Hello. What are you? Hmm. Yeah, the thing is my PC is not powerful enough.
Be careful, Captain. Alien creatures are often unpredictable. Beginning combat protocol.
Your health is low.
Target aiming for your center of mass.
I love it so far, but only problems with is of course my PC. Oh boy. But I love it. Space. I'm a bounty hunter. I just wish this was on PlayStation 5.
The Crimson Fleet is a confederation of smaller independent pirate crews, all flying under the same banner. They are typically unscrupulous and violent.
Good to know. Whee! I forgot I have a flashlight. Now you are trapped with me.
Curious. These are United Colonies markings, but we are in Freestar Collective space. It then stands to reason that this was once a secret UC facility.
Not bad. Hmm? Oh,
Have eradicated all nearby enemies.
safety protocol. piece of paper to lay. History of Xenobiology. The first solo chapter of Lars Nelson's work seemed to focus primarily on the digestive system of herbivores. Authors later find the level of the creature that was just as she expected, based on its outward appearance and evolution of the microscopic hypothermal worm. But her research also suggested a species that evolved in distinct stages, possibly growing significantly as it did. So the question now remains, which version of the creature did Dr. Luther dissect, and what maximum size could it possibly achieve? The subsequent passages deal with Nilsson's fascination with the predatory wildlife of some unnamed world. By the way, where is my inventory? Mass, okay.
I have detected hostile life nearby.
Try again!
Then there was you. Loot everything. SQX. So everyone uses different ammo. Good. Oh, but then... Pilot assault spacesuit. Let's go. I actually don't mind, by the way, if there is cutouts in the voices or dialogue, but I don't like when it stutters that I am. Multipack. What is this? Egmund, desk assistants. Plural of it. Fill in all open slots in every layer to open the lock. Select the key and rotate it until it lines up with the gaps in the security layer. Slot the key to fill in the gaps. Each key can only be used once. Fallout Frontiers game. Yes. That modified gun, why not? Does it show my mouse anywhere? Newton's cradle. Don't mind if I do. I took the plate but not the buttermeal. Of course I am not looting everything. Up. You know, that I don't mind if that happens. But if it starts to stagger the gameplay itself, then I have a problem. Otherwise, I don't mind if there is awkward silence when there is supposed to be sound. Die! You scum!
You appear to be prioritizing our deaths over your own survival.
Don't patronize me. Nowadays I appreciate if games tell a story with the environment.
No enemy nearby. Resume systematic wandering.
Oh, they recycle. Nice. 10 points. Remember to recycle. That is important. There is one enemy left.
Listen up! We got someone trying to jump our school. Hold them off here while Brogan sets up on the roof. I'm on it. No one's getting through. Messing with the fleet? You're
trying to kill me. But I'm not technically alive.
Here is the last one. Of course, I missed the door.
It's loose. The Terramorph is loose. We can't stop it. When we tried to sync with the neural control interface, it just completely flipped out. Broke through its containment chamber like it was made out of paper. It killed Michelson, Cobb, and Sumatri in all of 1 minute. I'm not even sure where it is now. It took off deeper into the facility. A security detail went in after it, but good friggin' luck. When I know it's safe, I'm going to make a run for the comm relay. Try to call in the cavalry. This is Hayden Wynn, lead xenobiologist. Wishing he had gone to dentist school like his parents wanted.
Computer. Next to is machines. I'm going to Malaysia. That doesn't sound good.
I'm detecting a safe nearby. We could make use of whatever is inside, provided you...
Let's see now. There, and then there.
We're dead. We're all dead. The comms relay has been trashed. The whole room is trashed. We can't call for help. I can hear the Terramorph roaring somewhere. And more people screaming.
Oh, utility enough. Marker. Aha. For somehow I misread it. Perfectly normal. Hmm. 30 deep mines pursuit.
You will not be able to walk at full speed with your pack that full.
Skill points. So 1 skill point to spend every time you level up. Each skill also unlocks a challenge. Complete the challenge and then spend a skill point to rank up the skill. The top row represents basic skills. The rows below are locked until you have spent a minimum number of skill points in that category. Was it here? In systems. Was it science? Science. I think it is this one, Starship design. While in combat, distance while in targeting mode.
You gotta be kidding me. The Frontier has a new captain? You working with Barrett, or did you pry the ship keys out of his cold, dead hands? We don't have a problem with Barrett. We want that ship, the Frontier. If you're the captain of it now, that means we're after you. Oh, no. You see, maybe your colleague Barrett didn't tell you, but there's a bit of a legend surrounding that ship. That constellation keeps treasure hidden in the cargo bays, the loot from 100 planets, and it's going to be ours.
That statement is partially correct. The Frontier has been to many planets and moons, but the only things held in the cargo bays are spare parts, dust, desiccated food particles, and a variety of species of ant.
I don't care what kind of lies Barrett programmed that robot to say. We're taking that ship.
There's no treasure in my ship. Cut your losses before more people get hurt.
You're not talking us out of this score.
To pursue the person, you need to make successful choices. Choices can range from kind words to distractions to threats. Each choice has a difficulty. The higher the difficulty, the greater the chance the choice fails, but the more points you'll earn when you succeed. You have a limited number of choices you can make, but you can never fail if your last choice succeeded.
You don't scare me. I'm not falling for that. Your ship is loaded, and we want it. Don't give me that. I know that ship is stocked with loot. I've heard enough out of you. Kill them!
Captain,
Go! Go! I'll cover you.
Protocol Indigo dictates that I am to return to the lodge. No deviations. We are here to stop the Crimson Fleet from pursuit. Nothing more. Combat. There is a high likelihood of human death.
Thank you for the information.
Peace is no longer a Crimson Fleet interference.
Okay, first we need to do something about the ooh. Head on to the ship, okay.
We need to reach the Alpha Centauri system, Captain. The planet... I have often asked Barrett that same question at various times, and about various individuals that wanted to cause us harm. The most likely answer is that Barrett personally insulted him, typically by continuing to live, usually after escaping from certain death, and often with an object multiple people wanted. Constellation is an explorers society founded over 50 years ago with the mission of seeking out the unknown. Members often engage in expeditions in small groups, typically 1 or 2 people, or like Barrett and myself, 1 person and 1 robot. The membership is intentionally limited and small. Should you join Constellation yourself, you will be the 10th active member. Barrett would say that billions of years ago, we were all one with the cosmos, so technically you have known each other forever. But the more practical answer is likely that he needs you. The number of known people who have been affected by the artifacts is now 2. Without your investment in Constellation's mission, he may never know more about the experience you both share. So he is showing you trust in order to gain your support. How can I be of assistance?
Yes, actually, where is the mass there? Equip. Sorry. There.
free of I will keep your items safe, Captain.
Airborne.
Captain. To reach the launch, we must jump to the planet Jemison in the Alpha Centauri system, and then land in the city of New Atlantis. Do not worry, this will all become second nature before too long.
Navigation console. Aha!
Starship Frontier, this is United Colony Security. Maintain course and prepare to be scanned. Scan complete. No contraband detected. You are cleared for landing at New Atlantis.
New Atlantis. next ship.
Hey, Bosco. What? No Barrett? Let me guess. Protocol Indigo again? And here's your new captain. My crew can take a look at your ship, and you can stop by the Trade Authority kiosk if you need to offload some cargo. I would try the viewport. It'll be on your left once you get into the plaza.
Thank you.
The Trade Authority runs a vending kiosk next to my booth. It's just off to the side, near the ramp. Besides that, Jemison Mercantile is your closest shop if you're looking for a bit of everything. That's further in, past the security checkpoint. Sure, have at it.
Ship upgrade mode allows you to make improvements to your ship without needing to worry about where modules should be placed. Some upgrades may have level or skill requirement. Multiple upgrades can be made and their cost will be added up at the end of the session.
I'm sure you can find something you like.
Ships you have sail. Oh, yeah. Found it. Rambler. I don't have money for these. Galileo looks cool. Kefir. Achilles. Gladius.
Everything looks good here. I'll be at my booth if you need me.
Great automated kiosk. No, this is cell. Mondays, am I right? Take a pick. No. Egmunda.
I can assure you this unprovoked attack on a United Colonies research facility will not go unanswered. We'll get you settled into your new assignments as soon as possible. For you, Bobby, that includes meeting your new foster parent.
My parents aren't dead. They just took a different shuttle. I'll see them when they get here.
Oh, well, of course, that's sure possible. We'll just...
Helena Chambers, ID SSCOM 1327 HCHA. I was the station administrator. I'll need to report to MAST ASAP for a full debrief. My treatment thus far has been entirely unacceptable.
Any authority you had was forfeit the moment House Varun zealots breached the station's perimeter, and you failed to initiate proper evacuation protocols. Thank you for your service. We'll find you a new position commensurate with your experience. And Mr. Bosch, let me just say how honored I am to meet you. By all accounts, you're the only reason anyone made it out of there alive.
Well, just glad I still remembered my flight basics. It had been a while. So was shooting a gun.
I read all about New Atlantis. So cool! Is it true the Nat train goes 5,000 miles an hour? Or that citizens get special discounts? Or that the whole city celebrates when it's your birthday? Mine's June 11th, by the way. My parents took me to Aquila City last year. It kinda smelled, but I don't smell anything here.
No, yes, no, and I will certainly mark June 11th on my calendar. As for Aquila City, well, the air purifiers here in New Atlantis are state-of-the-art.
Aquila City? No, don't even get me started on those simpletons.
A little unfair, don't you think? Freestar Rangers helped me out quite a bit a couple years back. Got ambushed by spacers near Narion. They assisted, no questions asked. Even helped with some repairs so I could do an emergency jump home. Good people.
In any event, you all must be exhausted. Just give me a moment to coordinate some details with security.
Hi. I've never been in a battle before. Everyone kept telling me to keep my eyes closed, but it's kinda hard to do that when you're running. At first, I thought it was Ecliptic mercenaries shooting at us, but it wasn't. It was these other people yelling about serpents and stuff. Probably. I'm pretty brave. A kid tried to bully me once, and I punched him in the head. Don't take shit from anybody, my mother says. And I don't. Anyway, I'm fine now. I hope my parents don't take too long getting here.
Wish that bartender at Viewpoint would stop complaining to security. I don't know what she lost. but she
Guess
won't
you
get
caught
back
some of
by
that, huh?
annoying us.
The galaxy is at peace and somehow seems more dangerous than ever. Spacers, House Varun, Crimson Fleet, everyone trying to grab their piece. What happened to the early days, huh? When we just float through the stars and dream. Well now, you don't know how glad I am to hear you say that. I'm right here with you, my friend. How can you not look up to the cosmos and just be overwhelmed by its beauty? So much possibility, so much hope, even despite recent events. Ricardo Bosch. I was the lead researcher on the station that got attacked. It was business as usual until those House Varun crazies swarmed in, spouting their scripture or whatever it was. Even the Marines were overwhelmed. Honestly, I'm just lucky to have made it out of there in one piece. We all are. Now, I just want to get back to work. Where is that woman? Really? You must have been hiding under a moon rock your whole life if you've managed to dodge those assholes. They're basically a bunch of space scumbags. Fly around, attack, and rob anyone they see. They're pretty disorganized and easy to fend off until they aren't. They're a different beast than the Crimson Fleet. Generally speaking, pirates want your stuff, so they can occasionally be reasoned with. Spacers, though, they tend to shoot first and ask questions never. Not what, who. How to describe House Varun? Well, imagine a bunch of colonists who set off into the stars ages ago, disappeared, and then re-emerged as a sort of religious society. Faction, or cult, whatever you want to call them. They believe in some sort of celestial deity called the Great Serpent. Real nightmare fuel kind of stuff. About 100 years back, they picked a fight with pretty much everyone in the settled systems. I guess your school never covered the Serpent's Crusade, huh? We eventually made peace, sort of. Then they just disappeared. They're out there somewhere. Or so folks assume. The ones that attacked us, they were the hardliners, for sure. You meet those guys, you run. You understand me? Yep, that I have. Had to dump a load of cargo just last year. Microscopes. Can you believe that? Guess you can sell anything these days. Pirates are a tricky lot. In space, they're all about the hit and run. You jump in, steal your stuff, and get out of there fast. Keep your cool, and you can generally talk your way out of it, so long as you're not too attached to your valuables. Stumble upon them planetside, though, and their trigger fingers get much itchier. Another time, then.
What? No, just, go away. Not now.
Hey.
She can't do this to me. Does that woman have any idea who I am? Does that woman have any idea who
May I help you?
Kill for a cup of coffee right about now.
Speaking to that woman was like most of my dates. here. And then of course I can only have one active at a time, yeah. Typical. But actually it is good, because otherwise I am going everywhere. Oh! What? Sanitation mini-bot! You are taking my job.
Another day, another shift. You will be scanned as you enter the city. Please keep moving.
Okay. What do we...
No bounty.
Where did he say that I can hurt people? The viewport.
Hey there! You look like the planet-hopping type. Got any room on your ship for someone like me? Plenty. I'm comfortable on a ship, especially in the gunner seat. I'm also a trained expert with shotguns. I have the certification to prove it. Aye aye, Captain. I won't overcharge you. I'm grateful for the offer. I've been out of a job since I left the Freestar Rangers. Oh, well, I guess there's no accounting for taste, huh? If you change your mind, I'll be here.
Okay. Vasco, remember her.
Excuse me?
Listen.
Not used to people coming up to me. The suit usually scares them off. Although I guess that's my fault, isn't it? Ouch. 2 minutes into this conversation and I'm already getting sized up. Well, outside heroic individuals like yourself, the suit can give people pause. That can be handy when I need it. Retired, actually. From too many lives to count. But I've been all those things, yeah? And a few more. I spend a lot of time in the fringes these days. God help you if you come across something someone wants. You'd think it was things like civilizations and factions that cause people to want to shoot each other. No, even without that, it's still winner take all. Well, you're on to me. Of course. That's what makes the reality so tragic. Wait a second. I think I'm in danger of having a real conversation with someone for a change. Better stop here. I'm sure we'll see each other again.
Good to see you again. Can I get you something? Hey there. Always nice to see a new face. First time in New Atlantis? Oh boy, I didn't mean for you to take it personally. It's just something to say to customers. Break the ice, know what I mean? Listen, you just relax. Make yourself comfortable. You're welcome to stay as long as you want. That work for you, new guy? Let me know if there's anything I can get you. You know, I had a guy in here last week ranting that General Shao ought to send the Marines down into the well. I'm usually all for letting folks speak their mind. Most times it can't be helped after a few drinks. But that was just too much. Anybody stuck living in the well, it almost certainly isn't by choice. And things down there aren't that bad. Yep. Spaceport traffic keeps me pretty busy. But just between you and me, I've got something in the works that'll change everything. A new drink that'll make this place famous, galaxy-wide. You would love it, I guarantee. Only, I can't make you one right now. Don't have the ingredients. I made a deal with a hauler to bring me some small samples of an ingredient I think will make all the difference. But it never showed up. Turns out the guy I hired was also hired by a few other folks. The kind of folks who ship less than legal cargo. Security got wind, and the whole lot was impounded. Now they're just sitting on it, taking their sweet time like they always do. It's killing me. Very clever of you. Your parents must be so proud. And really, I'm not even certain this is what I need to finish the recipe. I think it is. I need to get my hands on that cargo. I really do. It's gonna keep me awake nights if I don't try. Before we say anything else, I am in no way asking you to do anything that might violate any of the many, many laws in place here in New Atlantis or the larger United Colonies. This is just one friend talking to another friend, asking if maybe that friend could possibly find a way to get her important cargo out of the impound. And if, hypothetically, that were done in a less than 100% legal way, well, that might not be the worst thing in the world. You, with me on this? God, you have no idea what a relief this is. I'm obviously not expecting you or anyone to go in guns blazing and taking hostages or something. I just figure there has to be a way to get what I need. Like I said, I submitted the usual security release forms. But because my cargo is tied up with a bunch of, again, totally unrelated illegal stuff, I don't expect the forms to matter. At all. I went and talked to an officer at the office, too. Yumi. Sergeant, maybe? He was polite, but unhelpful. I declined to suggest that as our new slogan. New Atlantis Security. Polite, but unhelpful. Truth in advertising, eh? I know a few things, but not much. The cargo is being held down at the spaceport, not in the security office. Still, they use the same access cards. If you had one, it'd work. How or why you would have a UC security access card is none of my business, of course. I'm sure I'm better off not knowing. Beyond that, the ship decks over there might also be able to get in. I don't know any of them, or I'd be talking to them instead of you. No offense. Yeah, this is hardly a life or death situation. Some light breaking and entering at worst, right? You know, I had a guy in here last week ranting that I'm usually all for letting anybody stuck. I'm obviously not expecting you or anyone to go in guns blazing and... I'm not worried. I'm annoyed. Wait, are you saying I should be worried? No, of course not. It'll be fine. Totally fine. I trust you.
You can trust me 100%.
Catch you later.
Gideon Aker.
Hey, if you're looking for a weapon specialist, I could really use the work to pay off some debts.
Ballistic weapon systems, missile weapon systems.
The kind that need to be paid off quickly, or else I'm in big trouble. And if you don't mind, I'd kind of like to keep the details of that to myself. Unless you're agreeing to hire me, of course. I'm not asking for that much. Just my fair share. Then quit wasting my time. If you change your mind, you know.
Okay. Got it large. Yeah. Hello.
Hey, this really isn't a good place for civilians to be hanging around. There's something I can help you with? Yeah, I can't really just let you in there.
Are you so sure?
I hear you. I'm not falling for that. You're not getting past me. Look, I'd like to help, but
You can help me if you could.
this isn't getting us anywhere. I'm gonna need you to clear out of here, or else I'll have to call security.
The well's been having brownouts all the time. Mast finally sent someone down there, but nothing's changed.
Watch for the engine blast, will ya? They'll pull you right over. Hey, try and be careful, okay? Don't want a ship landing on your head.
Console is not currently active. Okay, let's do something else.
Got anything you need to offload? Trade authorities always buy.
Captain, Constellation will be waiting for you at the lodge.
Just one quiet day. That too much to ask for?
Although I have attempted an analysis several times, I simply cannot quantify humans' addiction to caffeine.
Yeah, I don't understand it either, but I am also hooked. Det väl.
You ask me, the real New Atlantis is down here. I got... Look around. You tell me. You see it's a big organization. Lot of planets, lot of people, whole lot to keep track of. Sometimes they don't do such a good job of that. Sometimes stuff falls through the cracks, winds up collecting dust in some warehouse. But that's alright, because I, and by extension you, get to benefit. I make great deals on stuff in bulk, you get some low prices. Everyone wins. A lot of people will tell you it's the worst. One step above being homeless. They'll whine about how folks topside have it so much better. Me? I like it. It's more real down here. Topside, everyone's trying to show how civilized and rich they are. Oh, it's exhausting. But hey, to each their own. Absolutely.
Let's see, what do you have? Ammunition then. So 777 and 65.
Watch your back out there.
Taking a look at your file. Bounty hunter. Alright, just keep the chaos to a minimum. No collateral damage, okay?
There are always about a million things to do. And I'm only one person. It's so overwhelming. Hey! Oh, you're not Carl. Sorry. I shouldn't assume. Maybe you go by Carl. You're just not the Carl I was waiting for. We're supposed to be investigating a power drain down here. People have been reporting brownouts for a while, and Mass finally decided to follow up on it. I can't be in two places at once, and Carl isn't here. So I'm just trying to look inconspicuous. Well, since you're here and Carl isn't, and I really want to get this solved, I will take you up on that. What I need is very technical. I can talk you through it remotely. I'm gonna head to the monitoring station. The first box we're looking for is over near UC Surplus. You know, Antonio's place. I can contact you once you get there.
Okay, junction box.
I've got limited resources. I try not to turn anyone away just because they're light on credits. We're doing the best we can here. That's all we can ever do. Don't have much of a choice. Can't afford to pay staff, and while I've got a few volunteers from the community, I can only ask so much of them. We've scraped by for a good long while now, and we'll continue to do so. Don't you worry. Funny story about that. You know, when people first arrived on Jemison, they dismantled the colony ship and used the parts to establish a place to live. Over time, they built out, and up, and up, and after long enough, they started to forget about the people and the things still down here. The walls and the ceiling have changed, but this place still uses equipment from that old ship. And it's here because not everyone in New Atlantis can afford Reliant Medical.
Thank you. All hail our benevolent overlords.
Everyone's welcome, so long as you keep your hands to yourself.
Nice to see a
Understand?
fresh face around here.
No, cousin.
You stop in whenever you'd like.
No shortage of hungry mouths to feed around here. Keeps us on our toes. Mom, that's Kay, gets all the credit. Started making sure people felt welcome back when I was just a kid. She had one rule: no causing trouble. Everyone abided by it, put their differences aside when they came through the door. After a few years of feeding so many mouths, we needed extra credits to stay afloat. Didn't mean for this to turn into a business, but here we are. If folks are willing to pay a little to have someplace to feel safe and get a decent meal, well then, we'll sure take it.
Kay's house.
Keep it moving.
Look for it mounted on the wall. When you find it, open it up and flip the big switch. That's it. Great job. So that tripped the secondary breaker, and that goes to... Oh, wow, really? They wired it like that? Jeez, okay. Okay, got it. Next one is way down past Jinx, and maybe up a story or two? It's a bit of a hike. Sorry.
Oh.
All right, you should be near the next junction box. This section isn't used very much these days, so maybe a little harder to see. That's the one. Next one's not too far. Dead end, right down from Jake's. Right under that apartment they've been trying to sell. Good luck with that, right?
Up.
I adequately assisted you during combat.
Yes, you did. Yes, my man, those robots are so badass. I've got the one Cardamom Mansion, you know. How much are you selling them for? Slow down. I have one. It's the coefficient on it that the ecliptic we are looking to get rid of. If you can pay in cash, we can make a sale. You know, you do know it's illegal to buy these things, right? You and I don't care. What's the creator gonna do when I unleash big Plono on them, huh? Yeah, I have the cash. Where do you live? Oh, you are not coming to where I live? Meet me behind Orient Tower at midnight. Wait. And in 2 days, plan all the cash with you. I cannot stress that enough. No cash, no sale. Please note that I have contingencies for people who decide to be idiots. Yes, my man. 2 days. Best day of your life. Okay, that was cute, but you really need to come back immediately and give me my money. You're lucky that I'm willing to let you leave after that. If you don't pay me or return to the robot, I will kill you. I am not playing games. You're blood. Ooh, you got toughed. You got the food. You were all, hello, yes, sir. Do you have the money? Thank you, please. And I was like, here's your money. Bam, bam, bam. Now I have Bruno. What are you gonna do? Go to the UC? Selling black market robots? Illegal, idiot. You know what's funny? I do have the money. I keep it right next to my bed. Not that you'll ever know where that is. Bye. Are you out of your mind? Can you possibly be this stupid? You know who I bought that robot from, right? Do the words remote activation mean anything to you? Bring me my money immediately or you will be dead in your apartment tonight. Ahaha, the food. Ooh, yeah, don't mess with black market merchants. You, good sir, were an idiot. That was stealing, wasn't it? I think that means stealing. Okay. Credits. Get harvestable for whiskey. Space tobacco hat. Hat. I have a hat. Push back the lane. Paper. Toilet paper. Bacon. Open.
You should be near the next junction box. And if those squatters never cleared out, I would suggest avoiding eye contact. It should be fine. Another switch flipped, another lead to follow. And the lights in here just flickered too. The wiring is worse than I thought. I'm going to work on fixing that little issue while you find the next junction box. Looks like it's over near the Trade Authority. Okay, just find that and, maybe don't talk to anyone about it just yet.
My name. There.
a real tangle of cabling. Like 200 years of fill attempts to rewire things. I tried to fix it 3 years back and was crying by the second day. Gave up on the third. Anyway, there should be a series of secondary breakers you need to deal with before you can access the junction box. I don't remember the order, but flip levers until all those circuits are powered down. Wow, you got it. Really well done. You saved me like a week of work. Why didn't you meet me at the monitoring station, near where we met?
Olen viattomuuden pelikuva. I am innocent. A pure soul.
Did I say thank you? Because thank you. There's no way I could have done that in a reasonable amount of time all by myself. Right, sure. Of course. Thanks to your help, I was able to trace the power drain. I know where it's coming from. Unfortunately, the source is exactly where I was afraid it was. The Trade Authority. So, that's something that I'll need to deal with. That'll be fun. If you want to tag along, I certainly wouldn't complain. But if not, then this is where we part ways. So thanks to you, we've got evidence that the Trade Authority is behind the power drain being reported down here. I don't know if you ever dealt with the Trade Authority, but Zoe is intimidating. I have to go in there, but I really don't want to. You think you'd be willing to go with me? Just make sure this doesn't go badly? Thanks. That means a lot. I can do the talking, I think. Just be ready for, well, anything.
Now I am actually worried.
spacesuit.
Morning. Thank you.
A visit from Mast. How delightful. You'll have to remind me of your name here. I'm afraid I can't keep track of all you little worker drones.
I'm Luisa Reyes. Well, you know that, because I've been in here 3 times.
Yes, of course you are. And what was it you were accusing me of with absolutely no evidence?
The power drain is coming from your building, Zoe. You and I both know it, and now I can prove it.
I'm sorry, what?
We traced the drain, checked the grid. It led us here. You can't talk your way out of this.
I'm going to ask you to wait here a moment. I'll be right back.
Okay, just be ready for anything. I don't know if she's going to come out of there with a gun or call in mercenaries or what. I don't want this to turn out violent if we can avoid it, okay? Okay, you're probably right. Just need to breathe.
Well, Miss Reyes, I apologize for not taking this matter more seriously. I assure you I will eagerly assist in getting to the bottom of this.
No, you're not weaseling out of this. We got to the bottom of it. You are the bottom.
I appreciate your enthusiasm for your work, but I do a little more research before casting aspersions. Someone has indeed been using this location through which to route electrical power. It is not the Trade Authority. I've had my suspicions for a while, and I've been keeping detailed notes, which I'm happy to share with you. For now, though, what do we do next?
Wait, what?
Oh, for heaven's sake. I presume you've been assisting Miss Reyes in tracking down this little problem. Well, clearly there's more work to be done. Why don't you continue the work you've been doing with an assurance that the Trade Authority will compensate you for your time? I'll coordinate things here with Miss Reyes. With Mast's access to the grid, we'll find out who did this soon enough. And why. Presumably, you're the one who's been doing the field work, so I believe you'll find there's another junction box out there in the well that needs your attention.
Okay, well, this is not how I saw this going. For the moment, let's assume this is all legitimate. I can sort out the details with Zoe. So why don't you go investigate the next junction box?
Okay, I am actually very suspicious about this. Never trust corporations. They are pure evil. There. Nope.
Jake's is a good place to meet contacts. It's got the right amount of booze and the right amount of schmooze.
Pardon?
I'm working on it. Taking the UC Vanguard exams.
Saving up for my own ship. You know how it works. It's just taking a little longer than I expected. Damn, hotshot. What are you doing down here then? This is the last place I'd be. You want food? Go to Kay's. You want an attitude? Try Jake's. You want to feel empty inside? Get your bags and move in. Seriously though, this place is half doom and all gloom, which is precisely why I am leaving. Yeah, the only saving grace is, you stay here long enough, you forget about the smell. Uh-huh. Hey. Hello?
Why do you want to know? You with security? Oh yeah? Maybe I'll hide my boot in your ass if you don't quit asking questions. That is, unless you're with security. In which case, I wasn't threatening you, that was just a joke, and no crime's been committed. I'm actually a very nice person. Yeah, well, newsflash, buddy. I don't like anything about you, either. In fact, I dislike you with such conviction that I'm inclined to fight you right now. What do you say we go 10 rounds? Right here, right now. Yeah, well, luckily for you, I actually hurt my hand when I was punching some other assholes' lights out. Doc says it'll take a few weeks or months to heal. Yeah, we'll take a rain check. But once my hand heals, you're done for. Are you kidding? Take a look around. You're in the most boring place in the galaxy. Only good thing down here is Kay's house. Best cooking in the settled systems. And let me tell you, I know my food. But I can't even go there anymore because Kay banned me for bad behavior. Me! Can you believe that? What a load of crap!
Steam Duck. Hello. Hi. How are you doing?
Whatever.
Yes, I am usually very quiet when there is dialogue.
I'm gonna be a big-time space pilot someday. Gonna have my own ship, my own crew, my own products.
Now I just need to figure out how to get there.
Hi, mister.
Oh. Am I LGBTQ? Myself, no. Okay, how do I get up? Up. Jokes are okay, right? Of course, it depends on the jokes. If they are homophobic or transphobic jokes, then no. Not okay. Okay, is there a map? Of course there's a map. Missions. Look at the junction box show on the map. Okay, how do I get there? Do.
I wish I lived on a spaceship.
No, this is down. Oh. Secure, let's know. Or is it?
You don't need to wear your helmet in here. You know that, right?
Yes, but I want to.
Power kept going out. You know what it was? A heat leech as long as my leg. Ugh.
Because I want to send the video, but I don't want to be hurtful.
That your ship that landed not too long ago? It sure is something.
If you think it's hurtful, then don't send those, please. I can. If you think the videos are hurtful, no thank you. Just in case. Okay. How do I...
I'm not gonna be stuck in this place for long. All I need is a place. We'll see.
Here? No? It is there, but how do I get up there? Requires key. It took me a while. I'm a troll, but you sound like a who.
Hey there. You should be getting close. Hello? Is this functional? I insist that you provide updates for any suspicious activity. Is that clear?
And Zoe's here too. Had a guest. We've agreed to work together on this. Once you throw the switch, we can direct you to the next junction box.
Well, I try to be a good guy, but... Aha, there. But everybody makes always mistakes. Whoop. Yes. Yeah. My English is dying. It took a while. I can't do anything. Money for battle. Muscle, center. Pum 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 pum. This less accuracy. Ooh, I really need to research some stuff. Whoop. Don't be sorry. And thank you for visiting.
That's it, thanks. Let's just take a look here. Okay, you're going to want to head for box 45A. It should be near Apex Electronics.
You can't possibly be serious. Are you looking at the same diagram I am? 47B is obviously the next one. It's on the same level.
Zoe, I know how to read. Ignore her. Head for box 45A, okay?
Okay. Look at the box. It's at same level. So that is the other one. And then that is the... Ow. Hello.
Thank you for trusting that a lifelong employee of MASC knows what she's talking about.
Oh, please.
I'm sure you can handle whatever challenge might be associated with reaching the box. You're doing great.
Thank you.
And that was indeed the correct junction box. See that, Zoe?
Yes, fine. Let's move on.
Okay, just making sure you saw it. So, now things get interesting. I can't find the next spot on any of my current diagrams.
And I can begrudgingly confirm that she's reading them correctly. We've reached the conclusion that it must be somewhere on the surface, outside the well. Ms. Reyes has suggested that this means it's somehow no longer her responsibility. I frankly don't care. I want to find this person.
And here's where I begrudgingly agree with Zoe. It's not technically my problem at this point, but I want to see where this trail leads. If you head topside, I'll pull the diagrams we'll need and contact you.
Let's go see what's happening. I really want to play this more like tomorrow or something, but the problem is even if I have to lower the graphics for it to run smoothly, I still want it to be good experience. I don't want it to be, you know.
Ms. Reyes is still collecting the necessary diagrams and blueprints to accurately assess the situation. Before she returns, I'm going to make you an offer. Whatever you find at the end of this path, you bring it to me first. I'll be certain that MAST gets what it needs, but I trade in valuable information. I suspect you're going to find some. I guarantee you the Trade Authority will pay well. Consider that as you head towards the residential district. We can't pinpoint the source yet, but it's somewhere over there.
New Atlantis relies on advanced hydroelectrics for most of its power.
Swear to protect and defend the citizens of the United Colonies to the best of your abilities, and to uphold the family.
Orion Tower?
Well, that's unexpected. Powering down that junction doesn't show any other connections.
Clearly, the source must be inside that residential tower.
Yeah, that would make sense. You know, I think I remember seeing a report about power problems on one of the upper floors. I bet it's related. See if you can get up there.
Let's see what's happened. Post collateralizing target ATM trans fee. Hmm. Tunnel into external device. Maga's not got creative with the while you should have all the tools you need to run the programs non-stop. So stop messing me and get to work. I expect my cut soon. And keep the damn door locked. Last thing we need is someone poking around. Even if Carl Bank notices the missing funds, they don't have a way to trace it. They'll call it malfunction and wipe the records, like they always do. Always, money is all digital anyway. They can let it just make as much as they want. American culture. I stole a toilet paper. I am an evil man. I am evil.
Scientist out in front of mast, staring at trees, sounds upset. Whatever it is, it can't be that bad, right?
Near the tree. By the tree. Where's the tree? Here is trees.
No, I'm not feeling that bad.
We have an appointment. You're seeing the doctor. That's it.
Maybe some other time. I have that report that's due.
I talked to your boss. She agreed that you need to take care of yourself. I know it's tough, honey, but a lot of times the earlier they catch something, the better it is.
You're right. I know you're right. I just wish they wouldn't keep us waiting so long.
It was this way, right?
Just tell me how many zeros I need to add to the offer.
I'm sorry, sir, but we can't sell to UC citizens.
How do I? Oh, yeah. Back down.
If this shift doesn't end soon, my man is not gonna be happy.
Have you got the data? So you tracked it down. You've got something to show for it? Great. I'll get this back to Mass for analysis. I'm not stupid. I know Zoe probably made you an offer. I appreciate that you didn't take it. And I'm really glad we got to work together on this. So, looks like maybe someone thought they could hack into Caliban's system. In fact, looks like maybe they did. Still want to claim you had nothing to do with this, Zoe?
My dear, why in the world would I want to break the law? And Galbank, no less. I do quite enough business with them as it is.
All right.
Well, I'll have some people look over this. Maybe they'll be in touch.
I very much doubt that.
See you around.
We're hiring if you're interested. Ask in the security office.
Security office?
Hey there.
I know I saw it somewhere. I just want to check.
Ever run into spacers? Come back.
What I wouldn't give to be stationed in the Embassy District.
What? As a tracker agent, my duty is to inform and advise.
I am slightly disappointed.
Nice hat.
Thank you.
You're out there a lot, right? In space? Just do us all a favor and never turn into one of those spacers. Scum of the galaxy. Robbing, stealing, killing. Even the Crimson Fleet don't trust them.
Something I can help you with.
Obvious.
Never a dull day for security in the well.
I was told I... Okay. Aha, there you are.
Why and how it was stolen are all unknown at this time. In a press statement, Galvin acknowledged.
I'm sorry, I really can't afford to be distracted. I need to get to the bottom of this. Yes, concerned is an understatement. I work for the scientific division of MAST. I've been studying this tree for quite some time, and it appears to be exhibiting some worrying signs. Are you familiar with this particular specimen? Do you understand its importance? Look, I have a lot of work to do here. If you're just going to gawk, I'd ask that you move on. If you can actually assist me, however, I would appreciate it. I don't normally solicit help from random passersby, but it seems an exception is necessary. Would you be willing to retrieve some additional data for me? Well, thank you. That's unexpected. There's a series of biosensors I've placed in various locations around New Atlantis, all calibrated to gather pertinent information. They've been running for long enough that I think it's time to collect and analyze their findings. If you would bring them to me, that would save time.
Locate 3 biosensors.
We may be in a United Colonies city, but Constellation is an entirely neutral entity, and always has been.
My mother wanted me to be a doctor. You ever hear that one about the orphan and the mother?
Then that one. Open 14 hours.
Shayla. Sergeant Yumi's looking for reliable people to help the guard. Contact him if you're interested. We'd all appreciate it.
I think I got them, what do you call them? Corns? Yeah. Yeah, I got corns.
Okay, where it is?
Saw your ship coming.
Hey, are you looking for eggs too? I've only found one so far, but I want to find more before anyone else does. So if you see some, can you tell me? Yeah, it was. Weird, right?
Weird.
Miss Seng over at UC Distribution bought the one I found, and she said she might buy more if I can find them. I could really use the credits.
Wait, you sold it? United Colonies.
Please, if you experience any issues in your dealings with the distribution center, let us know. We're always striving to improve. Welcome to UC Distribution. Now, before you say a word, I am required to inform you that formal complaints cannot be filed until the customer feedback system is back online. I have been told it'll be up and running in 2 weeks, but you know how these things are. I am sorry for any potential inconvenience. Also, if you're here about a corporate account, I've been assured that deliveries will be back on schedule soon. Who, Jordan? That kid's in here every other day with some random thing he found. Trying to get credits. Yeah, I took pity on him. Why, what is it? Oh, really? Well, you can have it back for what I paid for it, plus a little extra. Let's call it a convenience fee, shall we? Pleasure doing business with you. Oh, well, certainly.
What do you have? What the shell? What the shell? What? These are heavy, so. Playing card.
Right, right. Come back if you need something else.
Oh, that's cute. Whee!
I really do need that additional data. I don't... So you do. Wonderful. I'll just take these, and we'll see what they have to tell us. All right, we'll just upload the data. Give it a moment. And just another moment. It is working, isn't it? Ah, there it is. Relief. Now, let's see. This is... Well, it's... Oh my. It seems my concerns were valid all along. Well, there's good news and bad news. The good news is that my suspicions were correct. There is something wrong with the tree. I will report my findings to MAST immediately with no small amount of satisfaction. The phrase, "I told you so," may even be uttered more than once. Well, from a certain point of view. In an, admittedly, somewhat selfish manner. The bad news, as it were, is that the internal composition of the tree is changing. In this particular case, the tree is now regularly emitting ultra-low frequency sound waves. They're nearly imperceptible now, but they're growing in strength. This is something we've never observed before. Depending on how large these waves grow, consequences for the city could be disastrous. I must consult with my colleagues in MAST at once. Thank you for your assistance. I hope these credits are adequate compensation.
Checking in on Kelton later. Okay. And it's 4 hours. I think that this is a good place to stop. There. This game has a photo mode, but have to do one thing. There. But that was enough for today. Let's see who's live. I like this game, but sadly if it does that, like part of me wants to test it out on my own time. But I feel it really is just my PC. But let's go. Let someone with who is also playing Starfield. Because I can. But otherwise this is a fun game. I really want to play this more, but again, if it acts up, I also, well, I will probably play Sea of Stars tomorrow then. And I will continue this next week. But thank you everybody for watching. Welcome everybody new to the chat. And see you again next time. Same Veno channel. Bye bye.